those who can't. Champion with a loving chant. Investigates the hidden truth with a pen sharp and couth. Unlocks doors with every word. Injustice never goes unheard. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child. Makes the world a little more wild. Counseling in every call, catching up before the fall. She sees the good in every face, spreads hope all over the place. Like Dr. Phil with a softer touch, opinions firm but love so much. Her guidance is a shining star, lifting lives both near and far. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild. Like Dr. Phil with a softer touch, opinions firm but love so much. Her guidance is a shining star, lifting lives both near and far. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough. Advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild.
Strong and kind, voice for those who can't speak their mind. Sees the world through a lens so clear, finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's momming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true, in her mind visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul, loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's momming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand.
Hello, Trishie. How are you?
Investigates with sharpest eyes.
Justice Jean, how are you doing?
Holds opinions strong and willful, but gives advice that's ever skillful. Force of nature strong and kind, voice for those who can't speak their mind. Sees the world through a lens so clear, finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's momming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. come true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's longing a day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understand.
Oh, garage sales can be a great way to get rid of things, right? And to make a little of your money back. But definitely a lot of work. Definitely a lot of work. So I hope everybody had a good day. Hope you're doing well. Figured we can talk about a couple things this evening. Go over a few things. Pardon me. Now, one of the things that we're going to be discussing is this court case stuff that's going on. And we keep hearing about it. And I want to just do a quick refresher on exactly what the court case was today with this individual that we heard. Texana, I think is what her name was referred to as. And it involved the missing teen from Hendersonville, Tennessee's father. And it's just mind-blowing, the amount of court cases and things that are just happening surrounding this child's disappearance. Instead of anybody seemingly to focus on the missing teen, they're focused on themselves and trying to be a victim. And in my opinion, when you see where they're coming from and who they're with, it seems pretty coordinated effort, I would think, to distract away from looking into the actual facts at hand that we may have and that other people may have in regards to the missing teen, Sebastian Rogers. Let me just put a quick little picture up to show everybody in case you're new and you don't know about Sebastian. This is Sebastian Rogers. He was last seen at his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee on Sunday, February 25th, 2024. He was 15 at the time. He is 16 now. After reviewing all the different sources and things and seeing that originally it was put out that he was last seen on the 26th of February, and then recently, in recent months, it was changed to actually the 25th. I will just say that from what I have heard and seen, if you do your own digging into this, he was verified by potentially just by an audio on some sort of a camera in the vehicle. So there doesn't seem to be any concrete proof that he had arrived home, but there is video that he was out to dinner at a place called the Texas Roadhouse on Sunday, February 25th. So I'm not so certain if he was home when he went missing or if it happened between dinner and home. This is me speculating because law enforcement really hasn't given us much information, but certain people have given tons of interviews. The stepdad just went all over YouTube right after filming America's Most Wanted. And so there's lots of statements that can be analyzed, lots of things that can be discussed. But one of the weirdest things right now is these activists and authors and people that are all hashtagging and all over Sebastian's disappearance. And today, one of these individuals actually had court against the biological dad. So if you have any information on Sebastian, please call 1-800-TVI-FIND. I'm going to present first where we can chit chat about. Here, let me just put the link in chat if anybody wants to come up. A moment. Okay, let me tell you, I have a disclaimer statement in the digital age that we are in. I want to remind everybody at the channel that we do discussions about true crime, current events, and societal issues here. The content shared, including post comments and all discussions, does consist of personal opinion, speculation, and open dialogue. This is not professional or legal advice. We exercise our legal right to free speech in the US of A. And I just ask that everybody be respectful. You do your own research, do your own homework. This is entertainment only. We have to put these disclaimers out. It's very important. And a lot of what we review falls under fair use. Sometimes we have sensitive topics that we discuss, like unsolved cases, or currently what we're talking about right now, an ongoing, investigation. So just want to put that out there, and we're going to get into the spokesperson for the dad had talked to us about this lady and her lawsuit. That's on the lab. And this was 4 months ago on December 6th. And I'm going to play that because this will get you up to speed a bit on what this woman was doing and what she was suing for. Just pull it up here.
Short notice. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Like I said, anything that I can do, for you guys, whatever you need. So yeah, what's going on?
So what I want to do is I just want everybody to understand who this lady is. So there is a lady, her name is Texana Fernandez. She lives in Coppers Cove, Texas. I'm not sure how she's affiliated with Chris and Katie, but I do know that she has been seen in court with them, giving Chris documents. It appears that she is serving on his behalf. Again, that's just speculation based on what we've seen.
Oh, I lost sound.
But she showed up at the vigil.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure if you guys lost sound or not.
Problem. Like I said, anything that I can do, for you guys, whatever you need. So yeah, what's going on?
So what I want to do is I just want everybody to understand who this lady is. So there is a lady, her name is Texana Fernandez. She lives in Coppers Cove, Texas. I'm not sure how she's affiliated with Chris and Katie, but I do know that she has been seen in court with them, giving Chris documents. It appears that she is serving on his behalf. Again, that's just speculation based on what we've seen. But she showed up at the vigil at the Fallen Brewery, and we had asked for there to be no filming at the vigil for obvious reasons. She showed up. She had a GoPro on. She had a camera in one hand, a phone in the other hand. We had a couple of our ladies go up and politely ask her not to film. She would put all the cameras down, and when we walked away, she'd start filming again. She did this 4 or 5 times in a matter of 20 or 30 minutes.
This was the one that I believe the creator and independent investigative journalist Andrew Griffin, Bohun Betty, was actually arrested at, I think, right? Yes, this is the same. Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading some of my notes on this. So this woman showed up there all the way from Texas, covered in cameras, to a vigil that's at a private establishment. Oh my goodness.
Since done some.
I remember hearing about it, but I didn't, there's so much that goes on, right? So this is kind of a refresher to how outrageous this is. Outrageous that these people are getting court cases when Sebastian's still not home, still not found, still no arrest, nothing.
Some homework on her and a background check on her. She also lied to the ladies and told them that she was with a group of autistic teachers that were in town to search for Sebastian, and that she was an autistic teacher herself, and she has no background in any sort of teaching or autistic teaching. So, not only was she there to cause trouble, but she was a complete liar. So
how long have you been aware of her?
So we were not aware of her until that day, because we saw her in court after that working with Chris Proudfoot.
Okay.
We saw her come get him in the courtroom, tap him on his shoulder, have him come outside. He goes outside, he comes back in with her and a big folder that she gave him. Her MO was to get Betty in trouble. So we had a couple ladies come outside that are a part of our inner circle, and they had talked to the lady because she was acting odd inside the Fallen Brewery, and they asked her what she was doing there, and she gave him the line again about being an autistic teacher, and then she just kind of cut that all out, and she said, "Look," she said, "what I'm doing here is I'm hoping Bullhorn Betty can get close enough to me that I can say she bumped into me and I can punch her in the face.
Oh my gosh. Can you believe the lengths that people are going for some reason? This wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we heard the stepdad and the way that he talked, and we know the people that, that he associates with, right? So we know the people that the mom and the stepdad associate with, they are pretty violent in their language, right? In their choices. So we have another woman that's claiming to have experience with autistic children and be a SPED teacher. I missed that part that she claimed to be a special ed. Wow.
She said that out loud.
Out loud. We've got 2 witnesses. And this is going to come out because just
this is Tex Fernanda. Yeah.
To cut to the chase, we're going to countersue her on Monday. And we've got a string of affidavits, and we're going to have in-person witnesses, and we're going to go after her for attorney's fees as well. So the shocking part of this is that Seth Rogers never had any interaction with this lady. We had Seth back under a tree, under an awning, surrounded by vehicles. Mr. and Mrs. Z were there. I got their permission to tell you that they can attest that they knew where she was at because she caused trouble the whole time she was there. They knew where Seth was at. He never encountered the woman at all. If she was going to sue somebody, she could have sued one of the ladies that asked her to leave. But what she did instead is she caused so much trouble, she was escorted out by the establishment owner. And a couple of weeks after that, she hired a settlement company, not a law firm, to reach out to the Fallen Brewery and demand money from them or say that she was going to sue them. So she was there to cause complete and utter chaos for Seth, for Betty, for the Fallen Brewery, for the Mutt Motel, everybody.
And I mean, what is she alleging? What is she alleging that Seth did for him to be sued?
I have not seen the documents. I heard somebody read them saying that he harassed her or he discriminated against her or whatever. Seth didn't own the establishment. The gentleman that owned the establishment's a great guy, and he's the one that asked her to leave after he got multiple complaints about her. But this is the same woman that if you go back on her Facebook page, when she left now bear in mind, Seth and Betty had no interaction with her whatsoever. She went back and tried to file charges with the Coppers Cove Police Department, alleging terroristic threats by me and Seth and Betty. And, I don't even know what that means, but I know that nobody threatened her in any way, shape, or form. And I went up to the lady and asked her if she would please quit filming. And that was the extent of the interaction.
And other people witness that?
Absolutely. And if she's got it on camera, it's on camera. But when Betty got arrested, she bolted out of there. So, as soon as Betty got arrested, away she went. But we have witnesses for everything I'm telling you. We have witnesses that she wanted to punch Betty in the face. We had witnesses that she claimed to be an autistic teacher there to search. She's just a mess. And you can scroll through her Facebook there and see that, she's legitimately a mess.
Yeah, I was. What is this book that she's published?
So there's people that in the real world we say.
So basically, this is just another intimidating stance. One would hypothesize, right, in my opinion, that somehow tracks right back to no other than the stepdad. Wow.
She's just a mess. And you can scroll through her Facebook there and see that, she's legitimately a mess.
Hello.
Yeah, I was. Welcome. What is this book that she's published?
So
hi, Justin. Hi, Lisa.
There's people that in the real world we say that have some problems because we think they do, but she's actually written a book about being a bipolar mom of her kids.
Mhm.
So, and so in her defense, she may have a clinical problem.
Sure, sure,
Uh,
absolutely.
but how she got involved in trying to mess up a father looking for his son, I'll never know. You could speak in private, and we may talk about it again next time we're with Mr. and Mrs. E. But they're not the kind of people that talk bad about anybody. But this lady was a complete and utter mess. She was a troublemaker. She posted the business card. She was trying to imply that she filed charges against us for terroristic threats. And I called the detective that was on the business card and introduced myself, told him what the lady had done. And he said, look, he said, you're wasting my time and yours. He said, there's nobody taking any charges from this lady.
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances? I mean, I'm sure that you're just shooting in the dark here, but I mean, what are the chances that this thing just gets tossed right out?
Well, I don't know that we want it to get tossed out. I think we want to put her on the stand. I think we want to countersue her, and I think we want to teach her a lesson. I mean, this lady has caused problems for all of us for quite some time. She's been in multiple different platforms, making comments, making statements that weren't true. And she's, there's a point in time where you have to say, we've been blessed. We have a staff of attorneys that work for us. And, maybe I've got her read all wrong. Maybe she's got a lot of money and a lot of attorneys that work for her. But, I think it's time we find out.
Yeah, I mean, when somebody files a lawsuit, it opens you up for discovery. I don't think a lot of people really understand all the hoops that you really got to jump through when you file a lawsuit, because in essence,
I mean,
you do have to.
I can't help but notice that it seems, right, like it's always like these two peas in a pod, where the witnesses that were called was the stepdad and that creator, Clueless. And then I guess it came out, somebody sent me a clip that they said that they can't help her, they don't have anything that they could help her with, so they're not going to be witnesses. I mean, it really seems to me that at some point, I mean, Texas isn't right next door. How do you even get here? Who's paying for it? Like, what reason would you have to do anything like this in your life? It just seems like a lot of these people, something happens, somebody's getting them stirred up, right? And if you have mental health issues, that's no excuse. That's no excuse at all.
Prove what you're saying.
That's right.
All that's allowed on depositions and lawsuits is the truth and not the truth. That's it.
Right.
So, if she's suing you for terroristic threats and things like that, I mean, that seems like a pretty high bar that she would have to prove.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And the the thing is, Josh, that we not only want to put her through discovery, we've got witnesses that say that, like I said, she was lying about being an autistic teacher and being with a group of other ladies that were searching for Sebastian. But we want her to have to go through a countersuit. As you know, the Frivolous Lawsuit Act, I mean, if you file a frivolous lawsuit and it's deemed to be frivolous, then you're responsible. What happened?
I'm still here.
Hold on just a second, brother.
Yep, you're still live. People can hear you.
Am I still on camera?
Yeah, I can see you.
Well, I am just so grateful that this man stood up, and that he's able to help the missing teen's dad. I mean, I can't even imagine. This is ridiculous. I mean, do we really hear all of this stuff? It is absolutely ridiculous. Of course, they have to, at some point, people have to have accountability, because Sebastian is not found yet, right? And we don't know anything about what's going on yet. We're still waiting for any kind of arrest or any kind of presser or any substantial updates and information. And we have these people that are constantly coming from the stepfather, including his own personal 24/7 network that will just turn on the live stream and go on and on and on whenever they feel the need to. It takes all the focus off of looking for Sebastian, and it scares away all the people that are trying to talk about him. I have that panel that I was on in September downloaded, and I had not reviewed it like we've discussed recently. I hadn't reviewed it because my intention had always been to try to not allow myself to become any kind of distraction. But when you go back and listen to it, you can see that the stepdad had all of his people there that we know now that the guy talks to. So considering it's constantly brought up and it's used against my character, it's used against producers and people that I've actually met along the timelines of doing things on YouTube to smear me and things like that. And the thing is, it's not about me, but what I think can be utilized if I finally do kind of review that panel is why a missing child's parents, not his real dad. His real dad never bothered me when I was looking at him and looking at all the clips of him before I realized that he was actually at work and I was being fed propaganda like a lot of people. But why are they going after anybody and everybody that has just tried to share their missing child? Right? I'm just a mom moving to this area, sharing his flyer on my social media. And they knew because I was in the Facebook group. I'm just a mom carrying around a tote bag with his adorable face on it to raise awareness. And Gus, you were there. And I'll never forget when you messaged me, and we'll talk about this privately. I hope you're feeling better. I'm so sorry. I saw your comment yesterday about being in ICU. There's just a lot of people that have been brought in that are not true crime creators. And it's concerning to all of us that were watching in the beginning of Sebastian's disappearance. We were watching and trying to get updates on this young man because we all cared. Many of us cared, and we still care. And I think it's important at this time, because it's May, to get out there and make sure that the new agencies that are coming in, the new networks, the new shows like America's Most Wanted can actually see what's going on with the people that were last to have seen this child, because I think it's really dangerous. I think people are in a very serious situation when we're overlooking this big reality, this big elephant in the room about the child's stepfather and the rage and the scripting and the coordinated efforts that have been utilized, and how this woman can probably, well, actually, it sounds like she's definitely linked back to the stepfather and one of his teammates. And it sounds so familiar because before I started making any content, I had somebody approach me and pretend to be a local autism parent or caregiver. I can't remember if it was a parent or caregiver, and that they had worked in special ed with autistic children in the local area. And they wanted to help me find the best therapists. And it ended up not being true at all. They actually came from being just YouTubers. Like, they were just around for the case. They didn't have any links or ties or anything. They were not actually authentic and able to help refer or give recommendations to private therapies or regular OT and ABA or a See It teacher and stuff like that. So it's really interesting. There's always this narrative that I'm starting to notice with some of these people. I just would like to know, where are they finding them and how are they doing it? It baffles my mind. How
Okay,
you
hold
can
on a
sleep at
second.
night.
Something
How?
happened.
All right. when was this announced that she was filing
There we
suit?
go.
And did you know that this was coming?
No, we had a bunch of the creators talking about it. So we got online and looked, and one of the creators got a lot more information than what's showing online, which kind of shows you that, some of these creators might, that they may know what she was up to. But, we just, when you file a frivolous lawsuit, if it's deemed to be frivolous, you would be responsible for the defense attorney's fees. And, those fees won't be cheap. And, the only way to get people to quit doing stuff like this is to do exactly that. Now, we could get it tossed out. She doesn't have any evidence or anything, but
Why not go that route? Let me let me play devil's advocate here. Why not just push this one off to the side if you could?
Because it'll never end. And there's not going to be anybody left to help look for Sebastian. And raise awareness. I don't know. I just think that, no, you can't. In my opinion, I absolutely wouldn't at this point.
Well,
I hear what you said earlier. You want to kind of teach her a lesson, and
well,
I wouldn't even disagree with that. But
so Seth is a big boy, and he's not going to file a restraining order against somebody that continues to come into his hometown and cause problems. But he would be perfectly willing to legally go after her so that she stops. And this is a way to make her stop legally. I don't know how you feel, but as a man, I don't feel real comfortable going down and filing a restraining order. So
yeah, I mean, I don't.
the
it
other
just depends.
side
I mean,
does.
if there's a threat there, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have a problem with it, but I guess if it gets thrown out, she could come back with a different suit or try a different.
That's the point. Yeah,
right, a different route, and I understand that as well.
Yeah.
But so when did you find out about this?
So we found out about it really right after his live tonight. There was creators talking about it, and so we went on and did some searching and dug into it a little bit, and I mean, it was within the last hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Yeah,
but
this was
to your point, I
December.
mean, you get it thrown out, and then she files some more charges or files another civil suit or whatever. And sometimes, I mean, you hope that people. I don't know what the lady's even doing involved in the case. She lives in Texas. She's somehow connected to Chris, but I don't know if that's just that she wants to be a part of something or that she really is connected to him. I'll show Chris a little grace and just say that, she just wants to be in the middle of something. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah, he could know nothing about this.
That's right.
I'll have to follow up and see what is the latest on this. I don't know if I ever heard an update on what ended up going on, after she filed it and everything. And this was the lab, and it was December 6th. I'll put the link in the comments for you guys.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to assume that I mean, he knows about this lady clearly, but
Yeah.
It may just be a lady that inserted herself in the case.
Yeah.
And that doesn't like Betty, and that doesn't like us, or doesn't like Seth, or whatever. But it gets to a point where sometimes you have to, use every means you have available to get her to stop. And if that means hitting her in the pocketbook, then that's what it'll be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess another thing is to kind of sets a precedent. When people, if people file, that it's not just going to be taken lightly,
Right.
and that there will be some pushback from it as
Right.
well. And I know you being a businessman and you're familiar with litigation. This wouldn't be your first time around the block.
It's not my first rodeo.
Yeah, I understand that. But so all this happened at the vigil.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
so she showed up there under the guise of being supportive.
Yeah, she lied about what she was doing there to make us think she was there for good. And she was asked 4 or 5 different times, and we're going to gather the witness list together. And she filed this in Davidson County, which is here. So she's going to have to come here, which will be very convenient for all of our witnesses because all of them other than myself and my wife live here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this stuff gets really expensive really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, and we wouldn't even have to use our attorneys. We could go to any attorney in Davidson County and let them know what this woman is doing to Seth, and they jump all over it to help him.
Right.
So wouldn't be hard to find a pro bono attorney to go after her for that.
Right. And so you say you approached her and you asked her to stop filming. Was that what it was?
After 3 different ladies asked her, she
Uh-huh.
was still filming.
Which I think is an absolutely reasonable request.
Yes.
I mean, you're at a prayer vigil. You know, nobody's looking for any trouble.
Right.
And that, you know, you want it to be peaceful. And I think that they should respect that. Absolutely. So the owner of the establishment is the one that ultimately asked her to leave. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah.
And how did that go down? I mean, did she just leave? Was she upset?
She was screaming and hollering. You know,
and how long did it take her to take off?
She was screaming and hollering on the way to her car, and she got in her car and she slammed the door and sped off. And she was in a rental car too.
Mm-hmm.
So we got her tags, but then we found out who she was, and we did a deep dive into her. We did a background check on her.
So she came all the way from Texas to the vigil.
Correct.
Assuming maybe she had the best of intentions. Maybe she had something against, you know, Betty or
Seth
for you know, who knows what her reason is. I mean, you know, people have problems with people all the time. Doesn't mean you sue them. And it does seem kind of like one of those lawsuits that it wouldn't get very far, but the countersuit would definitely tie her up in litigation, and she could potentially be hit with damages for quite some time.
Well, and you not only have the attorney's fees, but, you know, in the state of Tennessee, we could get her for punitive damages that she's caused the father. I mean, there's just a lot of things there that she's opened herself up to. And we'll find out on Monday what it is that we're entitled to ask for, but we'll ask for everything we can ask for. And, you know, obviously, anything over and above attorney's fees, the attorneys would be working pro bono, of course, but, you know, they would get their fees paid for in this case. So if anything over and above that would be used to buy more signs and whatnot, you know, for the good. We would turn bad money good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what. So is it just Seth the one that's named in this?
Yeah, and Seth's the only one of our inner circle that never even came close to her. Well, Betty never came close to her either. You know, we had a couple of the ladies.
They didn't have an interaction at all.
None. I mean, they weren't even within 50 feet of each other.
So they never.
Because they had the business. You had a parking lot, and then on the other side of the parking lot, you had a tree that was kind of providing shade. So we used the tree and an easy up tent, and then moved all the vehicles and backed them up around it because we had a charcoal grill, and we kind of built everything around a comfortable place for Seth to be. And then we would walk back and forth to play with the dogs or what have you. But, you know, Seth stayed with us, of course.
Chris and Katie aren't facing any litigation at all that we know of from anybody, correct?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't imagine, you know, suing the parents, you know, either side. To be honest with you, it doesn't really make much sense, and I don't know what damages you would want to be collecting during.
Well, look, I mean, I'll say this about Seth, and I'll say it about Chris.
I don't think that's what they were doing, though.
Until we know that somebody's definitively guilty,
seems like this causing
I
problems.
think it's a very, very classless move to be filing a frivolous civil suit against a parent of a missing child, whichever that parent may be.
Sure.
And you know, some of the channels that don't support us, you know, have said some things the past few days that were good. You know, I heard one lady say that, you know, you don't bring people's children into things. You don't try to make a child look bad. We had a creator tonight that he was doing a call-in show, and he's typically not supported us or hardly ever supported us, but he was in our chat tonight, and, you know, he was there for, you know, being a good dude, and nobody booted him out. Nobody punted him. He was allowed to stay and be there for the right reasons. And, you know, he had a call-in show tonight. People could call in and give Sebastian a message. I mean, you know, we don't even all have to like each other, right? But if we're doing good, I mean, we're not trying to poke at people that are doing good, but this lady's not done any good.
Yeah, I have noticed over the last few days, and even I've been attacked and you know, done some some talking myself. You know, I'm not above that usually, but at the same time, to me, that there are clear lines in the sand that you don't cross. You don't bring people's family into it. You don't bring people's children into it. I've heard people going after mothers. I've heard people going after children. And it just needs to stop. And I got to be honest with you. I think that YouTube needs to do a better job of making sure that stuff stops. I mean, they really, really have this strict terms of service that they put out there, but it's almost never enforced. Almost never enforced. And there are so many streams that could be taken down. There's so many channels that could be taken down. And YouTube's not going to listen to somebody like me, but if there is anybody that reviews this stream at any point from YouTube, this needs to stop.
See, we talked about this last night. I feel that there's a hi, Michelle, Jules, hello. Nice to see you guys. Or you ladies. I know that doesn't offend you, but just want to, not be excluding anyone. And Casey, how are you? Couponing, hello. So I lost my train of thought. What was my train of thought? Oh, last night we were talking a bit about the fact that, we don't really always get to see channels come down. We don't always get to see things. And it's been like this for almost two decades, right? I never really was in true crime, but I've seen all kinds of shenanigans over YouTube. I think any of us that have ever done content or anything online in podcasting or influencing or even just watching different channels, that this is just a thing and it happens all the time. And I can't help but think, though, that there's sometimes that there's a reason that we may never ever hear about, and that is active investigations, right? We went over Operation Protecting Tomorrow, which was one of the many operations to end predatory stuff. And they need to be able to kind of have somewhere to go and to follow and to pay attention. So sometimes that could really be a lot of why some things are not exactly adding up, in my opinion. And, it gives me pause to think that while there are instances where, believe you me, I wish certain people's stuff would have come down, I can understand that there could be a bigger picture, and maybe that's why that it hasn't. And it doesn't mean that there's anybody there that is law enforcement or anybody that's working with it, but you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. It could be people in chat. It could be subs. It could be who knows what it is. But it's a really good refresher to kind of update yourself on, how investigations are working and different things that go on to try to keep our children safe and people safe. And I'm not saying that it's always like that. I'm just saying it's something I think of.
It's got to stop.
Right. Well, there's some legislation that they're working on that's going to put a screeching halt to that. So you might want to stay tuned for that.
I mean, it can't happen soon enough, to be honest with you. Like I said, I kind of come from the podcast world of, if you're going to talk trash, you're going to talk directly to the person that you're talking about. Everything is about them and you. It goes no further than that, and it doesn't go outside of that. I have something to show
you about it.
And I mean, what you're saying here is that this lady who shows up to the vigil, she didn't even have an interaction with Seth. How do you sue somebody for that?
Yeah, she was not even targeted within 50 feet of him. It was at least probably 75 feet between.
I mean, I will keep saying this till the cows come home, and I have never talked to Seth. I don't know Seth. I don't know anybody in this case, just a couple of the people that I've met, online that I spoke to a little bit. And I think it's blatantly obvious. I have a very, very strong opinion. And when we go over that panel, it'll be very evident just how strong of an opinion I had. And why I made the big deal that I made is because I think that this has been very, very, very targeted. And I don't think it's good for us to just dismiss it as YouTube stuff. Because yes, there's YouTube drama. There's all kinds of shenanigans. There's good content. There's content that may make us, feel yucky, but it's still not illegal. This, for me, I was not making content. I didn't know anybody. I wasn't in chats. I wasn't in a community in the true crime genre. And I have seen, and I know I'm not alone, a pattern that crosses off of the internet because this is a real active case and enters the reality that you do not know that they're not going to take all of this stuff and actually try to send somebody to prison when you have a coordinated effort to lie and manufacture things to this extent. I mean, I was told that Seth was on camera outside of his son's home, his son's primary residence, and it was completely fictitious. So just imagine what other people were told. So when you think of this stuff, it's dangerous. And I have a very, very strong opinion about it because I think it enters a realm that should never happen. And this is an active case. Sebastian deserves justice. And whatever this has been, I see constant links right back coming from one person by their words on tons of different shows and live streams and phone calls and my personal experiences. And that to me means that I need to continue to speak up because I just have to. I can't shut up about it. Not when we have these activists and stuff that we're going to get to next that have done nothing but cause distractions and take everything away from finding Sebastian Rogers. And in my opinion, some of them should be, have a, what do they call them, mock juries and those where you do your own stuff. It's not a real one, but the public puts these together. For what exactly are you trying to do? This is a real child. These are real people. And what are you trying to do to the father, to the rest of his family, to his loved ones? I can't understand it. I don't think any of us can. Because sometimes you think it's not real because it's the internet, it's YouTube. No, some of this is very real.
Where we were set up and where she walked in and hung around. And we had a group of people watching her, of course, because she showed what she was all about. So we had our eye on her the entire time she was there. And when she went inside the establishment and sat down, one of the ladies went up and talked to her. And she told one of the ladies that she was really there to, try to get a shot at Betty. And her exact words were she wanted to get close enough to her that she would bump into her so she could punch her in the face.
Yeah, and you said that there were witnesses that heard that. And it sounds like that's something that maybe she showed up looking for, or maybe that was her intention all along. You said she had 3 different cameras. Was she filming with all 3 of them at the same time?
Jules, it really is. And there was very few people that I reached out to because I knew how bad this was. I knew how coordinated some of it was, how many not healthy, mentally unwell people that I'm not saying have any direct involvement. They're just not well. Many, 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 many trolls and people just voluntarily doing the most outrageous stuff, from cloning all different people. I was cloned for months and didn't know, and doing all kinds of things. I was like, well, what do I do? If I reach out to somebody, how do I even explain? But I knew we need a paper trail, so to speak, of some of these events, because I think we all are getting concerned that somebody's going to get really hurt. I mean, I digress the fact that we have a missing teenager. If it wasn't for Sebastian Rogers missing, none of these people we wouldn't know who they are. We would not know who they are. And I don't think anybody even realizes or cares at this point that this young man is the one that we're all supposed to be talking about to try to find him. And heaven forbid if something happened to him, story, get his name out so that somebody that knows something says something. I go out and about in Hendersonville, all over the place, Gallatin, White House, Clarksville, Nashville, different parts of Nashville, all over Kentucky. Do you know how many people, when I was comfortable having my tote bag, had no idea Sebastian was even missing? They didn't know who he was. I very rarely encounter that in Clarksville and certain parts of Nashville. And yes, I'm in and out all the time of all different places because of the circumstances, you know, with different medical needs and all different things with the kiddos. How can you let that happen? How can a mom, in my opinion, and a stepfather let that happen when you have all these locals that you will use and you have somebody coming all the way over here from Texas? You have other people driving to a vigil with shaking to film a woman getting arrested. But there's one sign in that little neighborhood that if you go near it, you're a stalker. And that one sign for this poor, sweet boy is crooked. And it has been crooked for months. And I know at the last vigil, many people drove by, not to be stalkerish, but maybe a lot of us drive in there to say a prayer every once in a while. Maybe we have family or friends, or maybe we're visiting and we're trying to humanize this experience because it's not a freaking soap opera on the internet. And the only places that I sincerely, wholeheartedly find that people already know about Sebastian is around Clarksville. Every time there's a vigil, I know now that there will be a brand new yard sign coming back from one of the doctors that I go to with the kids, for one of them, on Wilma Rudolph Boulevard. Right there at the traffic light. I've posted a couple clips of it before. And do you know, I see that sign even when it's weathered, even when it's fallen apart, nobody takes it. Nobody's taking it with all the foot traffic. Nobody has taken that sign. And there's been several because they get replaced. I don't know how so many people can act the way they're acting. And they don't have everywhere peppered in those signs around his home and around his area. It's disturbing.
Same time,
Yeah. So she had a GoPro strapped to her chest.
the solar
And-
plexus.
Yes, the solar plexus. And then she had a camera in one hand and her phone in the other hand.
So
You know, I
Three
mean, I don't know what, I mean, you're all getting the same angle, right?
it kind of feels, well, it's, you might as well put one on one side for one side of your ribs and then the other one, and then you got the solar right down the middle. I don't know. That seems excessive. And obviously it sounds like look, there's a child missing here, folks. And I know that there's money at stake. I know there's reputation at stake. I know that, you know, somebody wants to fine Sebastian for maybe the reward money, whatever the reasons are. There's a lot of things that go into this. And I know when there's money involved, when there's reputation involved, things go sideways fast. And this has gone sideways. It's gone about as sideways as I've ever seen. And
Right.
that's, you know, to be honest with you, you know, I don't cover this case that often anymore. I did heavily at the beginning, but it wasn't like this. And,
Right.
you know, even brushing shoulders with people in the case, when you talk to somebody or talk about, you know, I have communications with people in this case that I never talk about. I don't bring it up on the air. It's nobody's business.
Right.
And so I just really, but I do want to say that I feel that this has just gone,
You
way
know,
off the rails.
and we really had hopes tonight that you know, and again, watching this one creator come on our live and then go do a live with call in birthday wishes. I mean, we had really kind of hoped that when you sit back and you put yourself, if you've got a child and you put yourself in that parent's shoes, your child is missing and this is their first birthday in their life that they are not with you. Yeah. That you would sit back and think about some of the stuff that's going on and how it's unnecessary. And it might, you know, not make everybody like each other all of a sudden, but at least make everybody kind of say, hey, let's get back to focusing on what this is about. Right. But, you know, then as soon as we get done with our live, boom, we've got this lady, you know, doing what she's been doing for months now. And I mean, you know, you scroll down through her Facebook page and I mean, she's dedicated her whole life to trying to come after people that she's never met in person.
See, and that's what I've been saying. I wouldn't be here talking to you guys about Sebastian. I don't think I would have really focused on anything true crime. You know, my whole respite when we finally could get the services and the private care that we needed for the kids, I wanted to get back to doing, you know, talk radio and content creating about all different things. But it was the nonstop things like what he's saying that didn't make sense. People being sent for regular, normal people like me. I was a nobody. Why would you ever want to make me a somebody? You wouldn't. You wouldn't want to make any of us relevant. You would not want to talk about anybody. Regular people don't want to talk about themselves. You don't want to, you're looking for a missing kid. You want to focus on the missing kid, the missing young man that you're claiming that you are caring about and you're trying to find, that we just heard about the other night, that now, right, the mom and stepdad are acting as if they think that, you know, it seemed that people are saying they think that somebody has him or he ran out. It was like a totally different narrative than what we've been hearing online. But there's like this weird thing of these people that seem to have a history of doing things that just so happen to come in with them. I mean, it is what it is. There's really no way to overlook it. And there's so many things that happen to people over and over and over in their real life, their jobs, everything like that. And you're never going to hear about any of this because real decent human beings are not going to come on and try to get clicks and views and money and attention when there's a child missing. You want him to have the attention. You want him to be found. You want him to have justice. You don't give a rat's patootie about yourself. You go find something else to chat about. We already have a very low amount of people that watch missing cases, right? Because it's so hard on the spirit. It hurts your heart. Why would you want to make that lower by nonstop drama and baloney when your child is missing?
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
not
I mean,
one time.
I looked at it and it is disturbing to see the sort of the obsession. I can see it kind of over and over. I get being into the case and I know that a lot of people follow this case day in and day out for obvious reasons. And most of the people that follow this case are good-hearted folk that just want Sebastian found. Tomorrow's Sebastian's birthday. And on the eve of his birthday, we're talking about a lawsuit being filed against his father. Somebody that you know, you guys say had no interact. I wasn't there, but I take you at your word. You say there are witnesses there. I believe that. They're suing a father of a missing child who never had interaction. So I don't understand how that can even be.
Seth, are you in there? Come here for a second, buddy.
I mean, to me, it's to push him over the edge because he's the only one that's not going along. Remember, we listened to Smiley and Chris made it clear on what you have to do for him to do your show only on March 20th. That was one of the many times that it was discussed, but publicly on March 20th, it was brought up in pretty great detail. and how there was a path. But, Seth, he just didn't want to go along with it. And he went on his own. And I guess, he was really trying to look for his son. And we heard that the ground rules, if you're going to do anything in terms of trying to help find Sebastian or raise awareness or search for Sebastian, was you're not allowed to talk about the stepdad's children. Right? He said, you cannot talk about my kids and you can't talk about my family. Really? On March 20th. So while all of us were trying to come up with ideas on how to raise awareness for Sebastian, that's what everybody else was doing. We took some green balloons and we went out and we found different places, that let us put the balloon, one green balloon, helium balloon, and one flyer. Not one place said no. Nowhere. We don't need to make videos on all that stuff. I mean, the countless amount of people that I've encountered that are, that we're out searching, and I think all the way through the winter, all kinds of people will go out to search and do things. And there was this Christmas parade the same day as Sebastian's 16th birthday. And you'd think they could put the attention into trying to get somebody at Hendersonville or one of the major giant one that's known all over the world had their Christmas parade. I think it's in Gatlinburg, or was it? I can't remember off the top of my head. And go hand out flyers there. They could do anything else with their time. But instead, this is all the stuff that has to go on, right? So that regular people, we can't brainstorm and come up with things. And I know a lot of us still did, right? A lot of us. You're just never going to hear about it. Because it totally distracts. It's all about, it takes it off of, when you do something that you need to be thanked for, or you need to broadcast it, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that you can't talk about things and share things. Of course you can. But I'm saying that if that is what you feel, like you need to be praised, you need to be thanked, you're not doing something for the right reasons. And just think of all the stuff that went on right around Sebastian's birthday, let alone at the vigil that they're talking about.
You know what this Texana Fernandez
Hey,
lady
Ebony,
looks
how
like,
are
right?
you?
You've seen a picture of her?
Hi, Brandy.
I vaguely remember her at the vigil.
Yeah.
Can you see him, Josh?
Yeah, I see him.
Did you ever even get within 50 foot of this woman?
I don't believe so. I pointed her out because I saw her with the camera and everybody else went to ask her to leave. The reason we had the vigil there was because it was private property and we didn't want anybody filming it.
So
And she got mad about that and started a lawsuit against the Fallen Brewery. And
you never even had words with her, spoke to her, nothing, correct? So I mean, there was no interaction. I mean,
So let's just use, logical, rational thought here. If places are getting sued and they're having cops called and things like that, what does that do exactly for the child that's missing? Does that help raise awareness for the child? Or do you think businesses are going to say, I really don't want this at my establishment. I really don't want to deal with this. Do you think people are going to feel, safe and comfortable wanting to go to vigils that police are coming and people are yelling and screaming with cameras all over their body? You have students, unique ability children. Since the trending hashtag was, autistic child went missing. When what we really needed to be hearing at the time was a young teenager was missing, and then whatever was necessary to go along with that. But I think it fit to purpose then to do the autism first, right? Just like the younger photos, and he may or may not answer you. That was all that we heard about. So that really helps, right? That makes people comfortable. You have students that you know have unique abilities, and they have a love and a tenderness most of the time. Most of these children really do, in a way that is much, much greater than what we have. They care, they feel a bond, they feel a unity. Even children that, haven't met each other. Just like we as family, right? When we have certain things, if we go through breast cancer, or we have cancer, or if we have a child, or we lose a child, or there's different things that unite us with other people sometimes. So you have children that have the same, except they're children. And do you think these children are going to be able to come to these things? Are parents going to want to bring their children? Are people going to feel comfortable? And what about people that deserve privacy? I can't believe that we're here on May 1st and this is still being defended. It's being cheered on. People are rallying still, even over little old me, saying I should be given a restraining order. And my only 2 interactions on live streams with these wackadoos is recorded. At their request, these people took my video and put it all over the internet when I was changing based off of the evidence that we were given. As soon as I was not focusing on trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together that was being given, because I thought, oh, right, like lots of us in the beginning of this, oh my gosh, good old boys, right? The system, how this goes. If you have parents that have done something, because at the time it was being presented in a way that you thought it was all of them, at least to those of us that were presented that. Everybody had a different thing, right? Everybody was doing different things when they were watching the case from an outside perspective. And then you had all the people that were doing things in boots on the ground. And then you have all of these different things. So I'm like, I've met tons of people over the years. There's got to be someone that's going to look at this case and see there's video, there's audio, there's missing from work, there's this woman changing her story 5 ways till Sunday. Somebody's going to have to come in this tiny town, and they're going to take this case over. If we could just get, somebody like Dog the Bounty Hunter, or, Major News, or somebody will see this. But it wasn't evidence, right? It was fabricated. Wasn't even real, 90% of it. And it's still happening with other people. But that's the lengths that we're going for somebody that was a nobody, because I was a nobody. Can you imagine what is happening here when you're doing that to every single person? And everyone seems to have a story that has tried to share Sebastian. Everyone.
I mean, the closest he might have got to her, Josh, is if he would have walked into the establishment to use the restroom. If she happened to have been sitting in there, then he might have been within 20 feet of her, right?
Because when I walked into the establishment, she was on the back picnic table.
Okay. He said even when he walked in, she was out there with the dogs. So, everybody had their eye on her because she was causing a problem.
Yeah, and this Michelle Lay here, I don't know. I've seen
Michelle's one of the witnesses.
Okay, so it says, I will personally say that this lady's absolutely crazy scary. She purposely came to that vigil to start drama. Sebastian deserves so much more. I will second those sentiments, and thank you.
Exactly, Trishy. And on top of it, you have people that are networking and people that, you don't know who they are. You might have met them online over the years, maybe, or they're just nice or they're sending super chats or whatever. And then, you're giving them wrenches and you're not realizing, and then people are being blocked and people are deleting, and it depended, right? There was nonstop live streams, and one creator could be on a YouTube channel saying one thing, and then 2 hours later, you don't know, they're saying something else on their TikTok or on another channel that they have on YouTube. So it's been nonstop like that, the whole case. And when you can't just come together to focus on Sebastian, you're going to still keep attacking other people, let alone try to bring people's children into it. It's nonsensical. The only hypothesis, the only speculation that one can really conclude, if you see it from this perspective, you've been around long enough to witness it, is it's almost like this is a defense strategy that started immediately because people were afraid of going to jail or something. Because we know it's not a hoax in terms of what we talked about last night. You just wouldn't keep doing this. You wouldn't do it at all, but you would definitely not keep doing this. You would not want to pin people against each other. You wouldn't want to hurt a father of a missing child. You wouldn't do restraining orders. You wouldn't do recordings and lawsuits and everything and anything you can think of besides what we're seeing. You just wouldn't.
That's from a witness that that witnessed it, and I appreciate your super chat. Let me see here.
But yeah,
So
she's
Seth,
definitely one of the witnesses.
by the way, I wanted to tell you that I really enjoyed your live tonight. It was very heartfelt, and it was gut wrenching, to be honest. As a father, I'm just I'm speechless. I'm really sorry that this is all happening.
Want my son home.
I know you do. I know.
Well, Josh, it's been a long night, brother. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you letting us use your platform.
No problem, man. Anytime.
And if you've got any other questions about this lawsuit or anything else, you know how to get a hold of me.
Absolutely. And thank you guys so much for showing up. I'm sure this will be circulated. Use it with the best of intentions, please. I have no problem with that. As long as, be fair and be kind.
It's just heartbreaking.
Let's just.
It's heartbreaking. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. We do not know what's going on, but all I can do is go based off of my opinion and looking at the statements and the analysis of statements and things and the behaviors. And I just try to follow where it's coming from. And I'm sorry, I have to be honest. I mean, that's what my channel is for. It's my channel. I'm not going to sit up here and let people, tell me that I can't share insincerity things, not without a valid reason. And people get very upset. However, I've never experienced that from the dad, from Josh, from the lab, from anybody, from Clutch Them Pearls, from Brittany J, from Lady Freedom, from Primetime Buzz, from Silver's on the Scene, from so many people that we could talk about. They've never acted in the manner of which these other people that brag about talking to the stepdad all the time and the mom. I mean, we have people that talk about how they go in their house and sit on his bed, and they were shown his private diary entries. And then we watch a mock kitchen on America's Most Wanted. Not even able to go and sit on his bed and show us his room or anything. But they could do it with all these people that it doesn't make sense. And it's a shame, but I just can't not highlight these things. Doesn't make sense when you have the stepdad and the mom being okay with this kind of behavior. This was the same vigil. And this creator was live streaming. As you can see, it says live, Sebastian Rogers, semi-ride. And then they arrived at the vigil and filmed. And then this other lady that's been helping share Sebastian's story was arrested. And then you have the stepdad that's talking to this person all the time. And they said the most outrageous things, again, just like they were doing in March. And you have to ask yourself, why would a stepdad or a mom or anybody be okay with somebody talking like this, let alone cutting in and out of a vigil for their missing child?
It takes a lot to get me like out of the house because I'm just like, I like home. But Beyonce was like kind of pushing, like, I mean, if anything, we can just go murdering and look around. And I'm like, fine, because I really did want to see. Like, I've been asking the question online, right? Are there billboards, not billboards and stuff, well, little yard signs and stuff in Clarksville, right? Because you live here. Every person, because you keep telling people, right? Put out flyers, put out, bring awareness, da 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 da. And so it has been a question for me in my mind as to whether or not that has been done where you.
And there's plenty of videos showing that it is. Sadly, there isn't over in Hendersonville area that certain people frequent all the time, or their areas of Gallatin and the gas stations and different places. And, you have to ask yourself, how do you have a crooked sign where so many people that are searching for the child are frequenting? We had a live stream after live stream of people saying they're out there looking and they're going over to the construction site. They're showing the little cemetery again. They're doing all these things. You can't fix the sign. You can't fix the one little yard sign. Because if you think somebody might have taken him, wouldn't you want them to have to see his face all the time? Try to stir their conscience of anybody that might know something? I mean, who says the murderer word as a replacement to searching?
You live.
An actor? Possibly. People have said, well, they're being paid to do this. There's a reason. Okay, but I'm saying this is the character that's before us, that two people are with all the time. This is the behavior that they're okay with, but they're not okay. With somebody like Betty putting signs up. This is okay though.
You live. You know what I mean? And there's just not. Like, it's really crazy to me. It's disappointing for sure, but I just don't know why. Like,
waiting on that last car.
I mean,
that's why I'm trying to tell you, wait, because you took.
Oh, there was another one coming behind me. Oh, well,
the last bike in that car came around us so that they could get back in the line because they were part of the ride.
Well, if someone would have let me murder the right way and put my flashes on.
Road captain, that's the word I'm looking for. Hellfire.
What? 100.
And it just doesn't make any sense. And then somebody like me who I don't even know how to put into words keeps being mentioned. Other people, other children are being mentioned. It's ridiculous. When there's endless amounts of these types of things. Endless amounts of this. I mean, after listening to Operation Protecting Tomorrow, after listening to a bunch of the things that had come out about, you know, how they track and how they trace and how they're able to utilize technology, and they were really, really ready for the missing children's cases to turn into the money-making circus. We've heard about it for years. Obviously, it's not just because people are afraid that nobody else has seen and nobody else is paying attention. Let's just shut her up or scare her from ever making content. Because we know that lots of people have this. We're going to see these kinds of things on Dateline one day in documentaries. We're going to see all this stuff just pop out. I mean, it's obvious. Because there was lots of people that have seen things and downloaded things, and law enforcement's been watching everything. Even if we don't hear about things yet, even if there's a cog in the wheel, so to speak. People were always watching. Everything was always being downloaded. But why would you keep bringing me or anybody up when this is the behaviors that you guys have been exhibiting? Unless you're that desperate for distractions, like I have said the entire time, it was one giant distraction that you kept seeing, people trying to force distractions. Or you really want to intimidate anyone that will put a flyer up, that will hand anything out, and that will spread the information that there's a young teenager that's still not home. And his dad has been searching and begging the entire time to find him. Let us not forget that Seth had up a petition for the FBI. It pains me that so many people tune out because they think YouTube drama, and it's surely just nonsense between creators for clicks and views. Can I ask everybody, how would YouTube drama involve the last person that was with the child that disappeared? How does YouTube drama have anything to do with the stepdad and the mom that were the last people, right? I mean, we've heard the stepdad many times say we and this and that. It just doesn't make any sense.
Go straight.
There's Lucky.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so fiance and I decided to do a little murdering today. Y'all know that's what we call spying, okay?
And like I said, this is just one of many. So many people clip things and they send it and they give you timestamps, and I can't imagine. I don't watch the channels, so I don't watch them. I have no reason to. Once I realize that people are lying or they're not being factual, then what are you going to listen for? If you're learning about a case, you only want to hear information about the case. I don't care to hear about anything else. If I want to hear about other things, I'm going to go listen to channels on whatever that topic is. But if I'm trying to learn about true crime and you're the one that's representing, you know, a missing child, you're like the parent's advocate or spokesperson or whatever, I'm expecting to learn all things about that. Not expecting all this stuff. But as you can see, this is one of the ones, this was August 24th, which was the day of the vigil that this Tex Fernanda or whatever was at and did all that weird stuff. Same one. It was the same one. Trying to pull up the other thing for you guys. I mean, what do you think? I mean, we have this woman now. Look at this. We have this woman now. She's doing the court update. A lady that lives in Jersey pretends she has sources here. How would you have sources of anything? You don't live here. You don't know anybody. If you're here to find and assist with a missing child, wouldn't you be putting all your time and effort to helping with the missing child? How does this? I think she had bipolar. I think if the book, when I looked up the book that lady wrote, like, how does this help at all? I mean, I get it. People are saying that certain people want to build their channels and they're just trying to make a name for themselves. I have an understanding that a lot of these people just seem to have a reputation that you can bring them in and they'll fix things for you. Just give them money, do their show, and that could be a way you're paying them, right? Because they're getting AdSense, they're getting ad revenue. Oh yeah, Jules. Well, apparently today I allegedly texted somebody on their live, and it's just absurd. They're doing everything. They're pulling out all the stops again. All the stops. Oh gosh, I'm just gonna pull up hindsight. I have a real serious problem with this woman because she made a video directed towards me months ago. She was full of malarkey, but I sat on my hands and whistled because if you're here for Sebastian, I don't give a crap less if you're an actor, if you're real, if you're fake. Hey, whatever you're doing to help this child, as long as it's okay with his parents, that's all that matters. And right now, unfortunately, I would say as long as it's okay with his dad, because in my opinion, I think we just proved that right now the judgment of the stepdad and the mom, considering they have people working with them that think using the word murmur while going in and out of their son's visual and replacing the word searching for their missing child with the word murmur all the way back in March is not exactly, they're not doing very well with their thought process. So as long as it's okay with the father and he knows and the people that he trusts, that helps with everything, because I don't think that man should go anywhere near YouTube. It has nothing to do with helping for his son. It's a total waste. It's just trying to push him off the deep end. And you can't have that. But that's what it is today. This is what we're doing with this lady that was allegedly this huge helper. She comes on. I mean, is it possible that her and a couple ladies are friends from somewhere else and, they came in to help fix things because they understand what it's like when you have a child that's autistic. They understand. I mean, didn't she write a book pretty much making an excuse for unaliving your child because you don't get respite? Anybody ever skim that book? I did. I skimmed it. Anybody ever go back to her content? I did. See, she kept saying, I have all this, I have these parent phone lines. I have all these resources that can help. I connect autism parents with other autism parents, and I know all this stuff about the missing teen because of it. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think she's telling the truth. And she's not telling the truth. She doesn't have these resources. I don't think one bit. I think it's all fiction. I think it's all make believe. I don't know how people could lay their head down at night to pretend that they're a full-time caregiver and exploit another woman's child. Because that's essentially what I feel this character has been doing. Because once you look at their content, and would we be doing that? Would I care to look at another person or ever judge another person? Never. If they're raising awareness. But it's because they're claiming to be all these things in a missing child's case. So when you're claiming to be all these things and it's everything that you're not, and you're actually doing nothing from the beginning but distracting from the get-go, you're pushing photos that are bull, you're on chat rooms trying to get attention, you're making insane asinine comedy scripts, you're unhinged, you're drinking. And oddly, just like with the clueless character, there is no charges on her. There's no lawsuits on her. She seems to be able to go after certain people, show their photos, show their homes, give you all their information, and nothing's happening to her. But by golly, if I drive down that road to take a look at what the area looked like, I could be at a family member's house a couple blocks over and they wouldn't know what I'm doing there. But if I drive down the road on a public roadway where I live, in the state I now live, there's clip channels saying I'm a stalker and I need to have restraining orders put against me and lose my right to my 2A. Just like, that's okay though, right? But this lady can do all of that and nobody sees the red flags of, well, that's because it's approved. Maybe there's a pact and a scripting where these people don't care how bad they look because it's giving them all the clicks, the views, and the distractions that they want. So they're not afraid of people like her that are doing unhinged ancestry and doxing, in my opinion, your whole family. Is that because the people that they've done it to signed up for it and they're okay with it? That's what it seems like to me. Kind of like the Tex Fernanda, whatever lady. All you see is her going after people over and over and over again. And somehow she comes in and what does she do? Goes after Seth. But they care about the missing kids, right? And now we're going to cover this court case. First, we're trying to go after another young lady. Then we're going to go after another spokesperson. And now we're going to go after the dad directly, even though we pretended we came for the dad and we want to help. Let me just skim the transcript really quick. Let's see. And then I'll go to hindsight because there's another clip of this lady.
Okay, what's happening in court? Okay, so she was there to they thought she was there to make trouble, maybe. All right, whatever. And I don't know, was she arrested at the time? I have no idea. But there's been a lot of stories that she had stated that she was there to maybe. Okay, what's happening in court? Okay, so she was there to like, they thought she was there to make
Well,
trouble.
she's always looking at that phone. I guess that isn't that how we've heard that the stepdad, that's how he tells people what to say and do. Like the first time I think it was fully utilized was when I was on that panel in September. And I'm going to show you a clip from that panel next. Remember the news that for 6 months where people kept saying that I said that Seth asked me to use my son as a lookalike? Well, I have the evidence it never happened. Of course it never happened. We know it didn't happen. But how sick that a stepdad, in my opinion, would be proven to be the one behind that very thing. Think he's the one that was texting or scripting, or I do.
Trouble, maybe. All right.
I'm allowed
So,
to my opinion.
The
And I
docket
base it
on
on
today's call
and I
is
see.
the judges H. Reed Poland III. H-R-E-I-D. H. Reed Poland III. He is the judge for Seth Rogers. And
All right, I can't do this. I'm sorry. This woman is she's not worth the time of day when it comes to this. I'm going to just start reporting. I think that's what I'm at that point where it's time to start, because she's really, in my opinion, dangerous and she's a predator. I feel as a mother, she is a predator, and I'm going to let you hear why in a moment. The most atrocious thing that she put on the internet. And she's out there getting news agencies to talk to her, pretending to be an activist and trying to make all these things look horrible against a dad and all of the people that have been there to help from the beginning, that have asked for nothing. Anybody that's been here to try to help that asks for nothing is attacked. And now we're going full blast, right? Because this woman is next level. So
Well,
this
Julie-
is from hindsight 2002. Let's see. What does she say here?
She's in chat. She said, if you want to know when At Night is putting stuff out, they coordinate through hindsight 2022 or no, 2002.
Yeah.
Crime Time Buzz puts out everything At Night tells her to. Julie's in chat. She said, if you want to know when At Night is putting stuff out.
So hindsight said, I remain in my own circle. I coordinate with no one but God. Oh, amen, girl. I'm with you on that. I don't have contracts or packets or anything either. It's absurd. I do not speak of you, Julie Skolnick. Please do not speak of me, especially with untruths. These words you have just spoken are lies. Please stop immediately.
February 25th.
And she did do that.
Walks up to the.
I think it was last night I saw
$50,000 reward.
that she had posted one.
February.
Also,
Julie's in chat. She said, if you.
my gosh. This is what really got me upset with Julie. I'm going to play it for you so you can hear something. Because I'm never going to address her again after tonight. That's my intention, is to never give this woman any more attention, other than making sure that I do contact people if needed to inform them that I don't think that she should have that content up the way that it is. I think it's really predatory. I think it's dangerous. I think it's disgusting. And I think it's really bad. There is something that she put up that it's just unreal. It's unreal. And I don't want anybody like that around me or my children. And I think that other people that have special needs children, let alone profoundly autistic, need to know who they're giving their address to, who you're calling for help, who you're confiding in, who you're emailing. Because in my opinion, she's done something that I feel is very predatory. And it scares me a little bit because, hello, newsflash, we have everybody on one side talking about murmuring and choking on chicken bones and, really, it's absurd. I mean, I don't even. You don't even know how to say it. You don't even know how to word certain things with this. It's so bad. Hold on, I gotta pull up the playlist. Okay, so I think this is it. Let's see.
Used to drink the Baileys. How would you drink it, on ice? I wouldn't go there, Julie. You know how they are. Right. Well, I'm telling them, I just said it. I let the cat out of the bag. No, but like, I mean, I'll take, I like the sweet. So if I'm looking for like, if you want to know what I really, really like, but there's two mixed cocktails that I really like. And there's this one restaurant that Alan and I would go to all the time. Love it, love it, love it. This,
That's
I don't know.
weird.
There's some.
I don't think it's there anymore. The one that I was trying to pull up, I don't even think it's there.
Interested in it. And then ask them about their muscles. Guys like talking about their muscles. Oh, wait, do that flex to flex. I think she's a genius. She knows. Genius.
Contact way. And this is the
90s in rural Iowa.
Well, I did have a clip of it. Maybe it's in the clip. I think they just pulled the whole thing. But I mean, I know a lot of people download it. Is it? You have it. Sorry, I have to get it from being downloaded. I want you to hear something. Because like I said, this is it. I'm not addressing this lady ever again. Unless I had no choice for some weird reason, which I highly doubt. There it is. Okay, put this on. This downloaded. I have to go look through the transcript to find the exact spot.
Another family one day, and the more we look at people involved and things like that. But I mean,
well, I think that one thing we should all band together and do is make sure that TikTok Tony can't do this to another family again.
Well, that's the thing. That's why he's upset at me. And I think the thing is, and I'm probably going to get shit just for talking to you, but because they'll say I went to the dark side. No. I came on your channel to ask for help in researching.
Fuck them, what they say. Who cares?
No, but the point is that the way the narrative goes is.
You want to hear what she was asking for help with? She was asking them to dig in to her stepson's mom and her family.
I show that he's not a person. And I would just, like I said, I would love to be a fly on the wall when they are searching for bad things to say, okay, as assuming they don't put out lies like they did tonight. You know, and
Well, I want everybody to do a Google search because there's another woman with the same name that's amazing. And she's actually an author, and all kinds of really nice things are written about her because, you know, people do have the same names.
all they find is good stuff.
Well, I'm going to show you what I found because it's not good, in my opinion.
And it's
Right.
going to be really piss them off that, like, oh my God, you know,
Nobody cares
like
about
we
this
can't
lady.
read this because she looks amazing.
Oh my God.
Right. Well,
This is scary. How is this? Can you imagine? I mean, nobody that helps look for Sebastian that I've ever seen Seth with would ever talk about themselves like this. This just shows the level of mental health, mental illness, evil. I don't even know. I'm just going to put this out there for everyone in case anybody needs it that's listening, from this lady to anyone, right? You could reach a crisis counselor for support related to grief and things. And you can connect by, going to 741-741. That's actually the crisis text line. It provides free confidential support from trained volunteers 24/7. You can also text home to 741-741. It's 24/7 availability. It's free and confidential. There's trained volunteers. You can text from all different things. They offer all kinds of resources. They'll help you with, breathing GIFs and support group information.
The same thing happened to me when Tony came at me last May.
Or, a little biased about yourself. Okay. So I'm just saying,
Yeah,
you
no,
have a
I get
large
what you're
channel, you have a large audience, you may have people that you know who can do this kind of research and things like that. And say what you find. That's it. Good
Nobody
or bad.
cares.
Just put it out there. Including the stuff that they've been alluding to, which, like, about me taking medication for depression, which I made a
Oh,
video
yeah.
about on my TikTok. You can see that video and you could play that video. Like,
See, you got to play it, you got to see it, because the TikTok's monetized. Don't forget. God knows how much money she's made on that TikTok because she cares so much to find out what happened to Sebastian, right?
I'm just giving you an example of things, but the way they will tell the story might be different than the way your researchers will tell the story, because they might actually go and watch the video about it.
Oh,
So,
yeah, because they do
that's all.
great research over there, right?
No, I think it's a great idea. Challenge accepted. I
Thank
see
you.
several
I
of my
appreciate your
people.
help.
Yeah, no problem. I got to ask you a question though.
Mhm.
And we know Chris
What
is the
do
one
you think
co-signing,
Tony
right?
is so worried about? He seems
Money
very
drying up.
concerned. His image being ruined
No,
and his
But that's
money
what they're
drying up.
worried about. They're worried about the money drying up. I was trying to see where she
I
said to
just want to,
research the
because otherwise I don't want to respond
stepmom.
to them. I don't want to
Let me see.
respond to all the misinformation that they're putting out about me. Because that's what they're trying to do. They want to trigger me to respond to each and every little accusation.
Nobody
to the
cares
Wolf
about you.
Guardians
Nobody.
throughout for the rest of his life.
I care. I'll call myself an activist. I care to raise awareness for other vulnerable moms like me that thought this woman could actually help, that she actually was an activist, that she actually had resources, that she actually was going to be able to unite us with other moms and other parents. I care to let you know who this woman is so you can, safeguard yourself. I do care about that. And we're going to get to that. I promise. In 2 or 3 minutes, we should get to why I'm very concerned. It's just my personal, just me.
And I would frankly love for that to be read online, because it was really touching.
I mean,
frankly.
I guess if they do go,
She wants where she got guardianship of her stepson, because she didn't have guardianship, not until he turned 18. Right. And she had him in a residential home. We had the videos. She started a TikTok when she put the stepson in a group home, as she calls it. That's when she started the TikTok. She doesn't have any children at home. She's not a full-time carer of any profoundly autistic children at all. In fact, her entire activism career on TikTok consists of her not being a caregiver for anybody.
Oh, and contact Al's ex, there's really nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean?
I can't
Like
do
it
anything
is what
about
it is, you know?
It is what it is. I can't do anything about it. I mean, I really, honestly, it's causing me, but I mean,
On
it is.
anything to,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
and
not
you
like
haven't.
find out. There's nothing that they're going to find out other than, you know, asking a person, do you like somebody being critical of you? You know, do you like a stepmother being critical of you as a mother? And they'll be like, no, I'm pissed. Right?
Thank you.
I hope she's like, no, maybe I need to go look into legal assistance. Okay? That's what I'm hoping. And you'll see in a moment why I'm hoping that. Potentially, because of how gross this was and the stuff that she said about another mother's child, and she's put it on the internet, is unreal. Unreal. So let's fast forward over here to how much she's been here for Sebastian.
Certain other issues, like hitting your kid with a belt. It's like, I don't care why you did and things like that. And I know I've read all the side effects. I've seen some of the side effects. I've seen what happens when they are without medication. I could tell if they miss a dose, right? Let's say you're not home to get the 5 o'clock dose, right? And you skip one dose. I could see the difference in them, in my children when they miss one dose, much less days of doses.
Right. And then
Some of the
imagine
cases
like
are taking 2-3 times a day.
skipping the dose and being like, oh, here's a cup of coffee instead. Like,
no,
it makes me feel so bad for Sebastian, you
no,
know?
and frankly, if that's the case, that's medical negligence. And,
Medical negligence. Actually, doctors will suggest that you give them a little caffeine because it's better than methamphetamines sometimes, just saying.
It should be.
This woman is like,
well, and so is actually
unbelievable. This activist. This is scary stuff that people can literally pretend to be these things and weasel their way in to real people's lives.
Leaving a kid alone for 12 to 14 hours, like Sebastian, while he worked. I don't like that either.
How old was he?
I guess, I don't know, the last couple years, if you want to really get to who could be responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian. Because I don't think
I'll ever get to that, and it's not my focus at the moment. I just want to put out what I know about his life.
Well,
I don't want Sebastian's legacy to be his disappearance.
Well, his dad has made his legacy.
This stranger from Jersey doesn't care about what happened to him. You just heard it, right? She cares about what happened before because she wants to write and do things about his legacy. Another child that she doesn't know, she's going to tell you his legacy. A child that we don't know where he is. We don't know what happened to him. She doesn't care about the weekend he disappeared. She wants to look at what happened before. His legacy. How sick is this? How sick is this?
He's put out a lot of bad things about his own son. Let's put it that way.
So
he really has. Yeah. And it's sad. It really is. It's freaking sad.
There's a story to tell for everybody. There's a story to tell for everybody. I just want to get all the things that I have spent time researching out there, let people look at it and make their own decisions about the things that I have come across, and then be done with this case. But I was not anticipating being ambushed by Tony and Seth the day I was reading the anti-slap thing. So
she's here, right? We're going to re-listen to that. I want you to re-listen to what she's saying she was here to do, right? All the research what she was working on, Sebastian's legacy, not what happened to him. Okay. And then she got upset and sidetracked from what she was working on. And I think that's the biggest thing, is learning what she's working on. Well, what did she come in to do? Who recruited her? How did she get? Remember, she said, oh, somebody was asking me over and over and over, and I was too busy. I couldn't get to it. Too busy. She doesn't even have a kid to take care of. She has no job. I think this may be her job, maybe, right? Could she be another fixer? I don't know. What kind of activist? I mean, go look at the book. Well, look at the book if you'd like. Seems like the book is about making excuses for people snapping and harming children. It's like, I don't know.
I have been a bit sidetracked from laying everything out on the table, the series I was doing, now dealing with who a lot of people are, and what they're doing, and my suspicions about what is actually happening behind the scenes, frankly. So now he says, somebody injects themselves. Well, the night that he and Seth sat together in a room and called my phone over and over and texted me over and over while I was on a live and reading an anti-SLAPP ruling, they injected themselves into my focus. So now I'm focused there for the moment.
I mean, this Kelly Lou Bird, she's crazier than a Kelly Lou Bird, as my Nana would say. We all heard her saying that she wanted to talk to Seth, right? And she couldn't.
And then I'll get to the rest of what I had to talk about.
Well, straight talker, I don't know who needs to be
And let's not forget how the stepdad is regularly talks to Jay is for Justice, right? Regularly. We know that. We've heard about that. Right? Do you remember that? I mean, hold on. I'll refresh everybody's memory. I mean, he made an intro for this woman, right?
Let's officially welcome you into Cooterville.
Let's remember.
For tonight, let's officially welcome you into Cooterville.
Y'all welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
Good to see you guys. Hey,
I mean, how perverted. Everything is sexualized. Isn't it gross? So like I said, how does this stuff always go back to the people that were last with the child? It's really disturbing.
Locked up. Like, to me, all three parents have not been cleared. So I'm not going to sit here and say
threats and stuff like that. And Al doesn't watch YouTube, and he's like, well, can't you just ignore her? And I was like, he I don't know if I'll ever get to that. And
did say he spanked him with the belt. He did. But you really need to get past that, I think, if you want to really get to who could be responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian. Because I don't think
if I'll ever get to that, and it's not my focus at the moment. I just want to put out what I know about his life.
Well,
I don't want Sebastian's legacy to be his disappearance.
Well, his dad has made his legacy. He's put out a lot of bad things about his own son. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So
he really has,
yeah,
and it's sad. It really is. It's freaking sad.
There's a story to tell for everybody. There's a story to tell for everybody. I just want to get all the things that I have spent time researching out there. Let people look at it and make their own decisions about the things that I have.
It's freaking sad.
See, she's saying there's a story to tell for everyone. There's a story to tell for everybody. I just want to get all the things that I have spent time researching out there. Let people look at it and make their own decisions about the things that I have come across, and then be done with this case. But I wasn't anticipating being ambushed by Tony.
There's a story to tell for everybody. There's a story to tell for everybody. I just want to get all the things that I have spent time researching out there. Let people look at it and make their own decisions about the things that I have come across, and then be done with this case. But
so that's what she's focused on, right? That's her job.
Him and the kids and
yeah,
everything about bullying.
She knows what she's doing.
I mean, no, no, I appreciate it because honestly, I am concerned. And when I talked to Al, it's hard when I told Al the other night, it was night before last, or was it? Yeah, or was it last? I can't remember the days, but yeah, night before last, I told Al about the video that that woman creator driving around made about me, and what she said about him and the kids and everything about bullying and them, and this is just the start of it, making threats and stuff like that. And Al doesn't watch YouTube, and he's like, well, can't you just ignore her? And I was like, I was like, he doesn't have the, like, he doesn't understand like the lengths that she has gone to in the past. So it's like, no, I said, I can't ignore her. Unfortunately, I wish I could just ignore her, but I can't, because I really don't know what she's capable of doing. And bringing up my kids made me very concerned.
Please.
So I am concerned.
Just wait for it. Bringing up her kids has made her so concerned, right? She was so concerned while she's sitting there with this woman who brings up kids all the time.
And I think
remember, she's an activist for autistic kids. She cares so much, right?
I'm concerned about Tony, frankly. This is, I think that they want me to be intimidated, but I don't think it's idle threats either. Like, I don't think it's just like blowing smoke. Like, I think some people are actually capable of doing harm.
Yeah, I do too.
And that's why I said I want to be done with the case, because I don't want to put my family in harm's way.
Don't let them chase you away. I mean,
no, I just don't want to continue to put my family
Julie,
in harm's way. My kids. But I don't want all the research I've done to go to waste either. And that's what I told Al. And he backed me up on that. He said, absolutely. You put out what you've done and you say all that you have to say and show people what you have to show them, and then be done with it. And that's what I said. That's what I'm going to do. But in the interim, I'm going to try to do what I have to do to protect my family too.
Yeah, for sure. I just want you to keep in mind, like when Tony came out and needed to do.
I'm not getting off of YouTube.
No, but listen, when he came out and needed to do damage control today, look who he went to. Look whose channel he went on. I mean, what a joke. He's a joke. He's a joke.
It's, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. He's he is like, they don't, like, for example, okay, let's just take this one example. At the end of her video, she said, and I didn't talk to Tony today. Just at the end, she just threw that in at the end. And I didn't talk to Tony today, which was weird to say at the very end. And so that made me think, you talked to Tony, right? And to think that, let's just taking a guess here and just speculating here and just my opinion here. If Tony actually did gas up this woman to do an attack video on me 3 days after she left Tennessee on a $20,000 bond for violating protection orders, he doesn't care about putting his so-called friends at risk for, like who would encourage a person who's out on bond to make a video like that? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the thing. It's like, he'll go to somebody who is willing to do things that are harmful on his, for him, as opposed to him doing it. So then you don't know where.
Believe this nonsense. I mean, it's just nonsense. It's unbelievable.
You don't know where, the person who could hurt you is from. Maybe he's looking for somebody in New Jersey who could help him out. I don't know. I think there's a chance of surrogates being used. And because if he did gas up this person who's out on bond 3 days after that court hearing to make a video like that, it's like, he doesn't give a shit about you.
No, he doesn't.
All, because he put you in danger of getting yourself in big trouble.
Oh no, honey, I think this woman's going to get herself in big trouble. I really do. I think she's going to get herself in big trouble. I do. I really do. Okay? And this is just one of the many reasons. This is a video that she put out on her channel on Thanksgiving Uh, $23. Let me see if you can see it. See what it says? Listen to what it says. Den where people weren't sitting, where there was a blanket on the couch. He put the blanket over him. He lay down on the couch and started basin. I saw this and I stopped him immediately. Normally I would take him home at that point, but because we had just gotten there, we couldn't leave. So I directed him to a bedroom upstairs so he could fit alone time. So yeah, that's how Thanksgiving went with Spencer. Thanksgiving went with Spencer, our 19-year-old. How disgusting. I'm sure you could put two and two together in between when I had to mute it. Right? You all got the gist of that? Can you imagine that you're an activist for autism, for severe, profound, for anything? Can you imagine being a mother of anyone, let alone an activist, and using that for content? And I'm going to probably edit it out later because I just think it's horrendous. Can you believe it? Can you believe that? And that's the woman doing all this. I can't believe it. I mean, it's shocking to me. I never in my life. Yeah, Christy, he didn't work, obviously, when he had Sebastian very often. They're talking about, remember 2020? Remember all the remote learning that went on during 2020 and how everybody was home? If he worked when he had his son, he would never have seen his son. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just kind of common sense. And he was able to be home. Remember, his own mom said that he was home until she got home from work. They're the ones that exaggerated his capabilities, in my opinion. I don't know what you're talking about, but he definitely didn't say that he always left his son home alone. So, I mean, that's what you're trying to distract and push. It's kind of pointless because he definitely didn't say that. That doesn't make sense. He would never have seen his child if he was always working. It's like literally impossible. Exactly, Scammy. He never lost his son. He also told us that his son's godmother, right? They lived right there. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but sometimes you got to use a little common sense, and trying to say that he always worked and stuff is nonsensical. I mean, let's be realistic. It's absolutely nonsensical. Yeah, you're right, Jana. And welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Hi, Salty. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I know, Castle. That's exactly how I felt. And there's tons of stuff like that, by the way. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's shocking. It's really shocking. Truly shocking.
Cleared.
Right.
Like, what, and makes them believe like, oh, if you have an attorney, it makes you look guilty. No, no, no. What you're doing, you might just talk yourself into jail. you know?
Right. No, no, no. I agree. I agree. You'd be stupid to do that
Right.
if you're not
So,
cleared.
but no, they don't want attorneys around.
Did you actually find out if Seth was actually adopted? Because that's been said.
I didn't look into that. I didn't try to look into it.
Because that's a really strange story too. Like, it was said early on that like his mom was the nurse that delivered him, and the girl wanted to give him up, so she adopted him.
I really don't know. And I didn't try to find out.
That would be an interesting family tree to do because now Seth claims he's Indian, part of some tribe. So
Yeah, I did hear that.
he's an interesting character.
I have found zero evidence of that.
Did you see?
I tried to look at, but a little bit, but not
you couldn't
very
find
much.
anything. Did you see too the Rogers Home set of family values?
Yes.
So he didn't turn in his fiscal report for the year. It was due April 1st. It's delinquent.
DBA, it'll end up getting dissolved because you're not. I don't know what word I want to use. I don't want to use the word I'm thinking of, but maybe not. Maybe not it's not like a sinister thing. It's more like a laissez-faire attitude.
Now look at Julie's focus. Sounds like CP, right? It's all about money. And we're wrapping up with her. I'm going to move on to something else. Because, I mean, never in my life. If this is what you get when you're looking for an activist, can you imagine? You imagine? And I can't. I just can't. This is insane.
You still have to claim that money that you brought in,
Listen,
if you did.
I mean, who knows what goes on there?
It's just weird, Julie, because he's got all these different.
Where are the donations going to on every super chat? Where is it being spent?
Julie, do you realize that he had the godmother collect?
Like it's anybody's business. Can you believe this? All they care about money, 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 money.
Collecting on Cash App, someone else collecting on PayPal. His sister set up the GoFundMe. Nothing was in his name. And then there was another Sebastian's Army Venmo run by one of the TikTok girls. None of it conveniently was in his name.
I don't think that.
Good. Can you imagine your child is missing and you're going to give a shit about having Venmos and Cash App set up so that no, you're going to have people helping you, right? It's like when you lose a child or when you lose a loved one. The last thing you're thinking about is the funeral or paying your electric bill, or you're a mess. You're an absolute mess. Thank God there was people that could help. Thank God.
This is just speculation here, but I think that's more having to do with his not being particularly.
But could it be a way to put all that money into, like, if you have a GoFundMe, you have a Cash App, you have a Venmo, you have a PayPal, dump it all into the, family values thing or whatever?
I have no idea. It'd be interesting to see. I would love to see this. It could help one day, hearing this story, things out that parts. And ultimately, you're never going to see it, but like how he filed his taxes this year.
Right. It's all very interesting. There's a lot of parts. A lot of moving parts.
And ultimately, I mean,
No, it's really interesting, and there's a lot of parts. It'd be interesting to see how Julie and Al were able to afford everything they afforded, you know? Be interesting to know, like, how is she getting the state to cover all the stuff that she says that they covered? She said she never had to pay for any of Spencer's treatment. She made fun of people that said that they were going to lose their house because of the costs. I mean, we had to cut back now. We sold our home to be able to get the private therapies that our daughter needed. It's be interesting to find out, like, you know, since she's such an activist, I mean, surely they weren't, you know, doing anything so they didn't have to pay for their child's, you know, added benefits, right? Surely.
maybe maybe looking at things, you know, looking at Sebastian's life. Well, my hope is, one, it could bring things out that bring us closer to the real stories, and two, that it could ultimately help another child who is seeking help or is feeling, you know, who's, you know, a vulnerable child. It could help one day, you know, hearing this story. Maybe there are parents out there who are doing things, you know, where they're not being particularly sensitive to their child's disability. I mean, I just hope that it helps another family one day. And the more, you know, we look at people involved and things like that. But I mean,
Well, I think that one thing we should all band together.
Really? Seriously? She doesn't even know Sebastian. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know anything. And she thinks it's going to help with what she just did to her son. She claims this child is like her own son, right? And you just heard one of the many disgusting, predatory things that this woman has done to someone that cannot consent. It's so gross.
And do is make sure that TikTok Tony can't do this to another family again.
well, that's the thing. That's why he's upset at me. And I think that,
Well, I hope Julie can't do this to another mom like me again. In my most vulnerable moments, really, really having a hard time because of what these people have done in my real life. What this lady, she's sitting there, has said about me and my autistic son.
the thing is, and I'm probably going to get shit just for talking to you, but you know, because they'll say I went to the dark side. No. I came on your chance to ask for help.
She is monetized, Brandy. Yeah. Just look at the
researching
TikTok.
What they say, who cares?
You know, no, but the point is that the way the narrative goes is you and this person and that person are part of the dark side, and this group is part of the green side, or whatever they say. And then I'm somewhere like out on my own island. Yet, you know, people rightly feel that, you know, I would be, I don't know. Listen, that I'm on Sebastian's side, and I am very strong convictions about how he was treated in his life. And
I agree.
Nothing's gonna.
She's on Sebastian's side. Let's hear what she was saying about Sebastian. Real quick. Because she shouldn't be allowed. Okay? This is what Tony and them, somebody needs to do something to not allow this woman to exploit another child, let alone talk about their hormones like she did her own son. Somebody needs to stop her from being allowed to discuss Sebastian and his hormones. I would look into getting a gag. He deserves dignity. She doesn't deserve to come in here and do what she's doing to his legacy, because that's what she's doing. No matter why she's doing it, no matter who's getting her to do it, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't happen. This is disgusting. This shouldn't be allowed. Nobody that is in any way, shape, or form an advocate for our most vulnerable children should be able to stand by and support or condone this. This should not be allowed at all. She should be stopped legally. She needs to be stopped legally. because this is what she's trying to do. Let me know what you think about what good comes of this. Why are they insinuating things like this? These women aren't even local. Why do they act like they know so much? And why are they trying to paint such a grim picture about this young man?
Try to like match up and say, hey, I know this. What do you know? And it's a lonely place to be.
Well, talk to me because people have told me a lot of things. A lot of things that I know.
I know a lot of things too.
Because like, you know, I'm saying to myself, like, all right, what's the reason for sharing this? Like, how I try to measure things against, like, how does it help Sebastian? I really do. When I say,
you know what I've been saying, Julie? I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong. Yep.
So Julie's agreeing with that statement. Did you hear what that statement is? Listen to what she's saying that Julie's agreeing with.
I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong. Yep. And that's the missing puzzle piece that the audience is missing. The burden that I've carried on my shoulders for months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father knew better, and it's disgraceful. But nobody will say it out of respect for Sebastian, but you better believe his father wants us to.
I feel like this is the thing. At this point, I feel like I think Seth is full of hot air when he says all he cares about is Sebastian. I no longer believe that. I believe he cares about a lot of things. I heard, but I don't know who I heard it from, and I need that.
It came from Seth.
This is what
Seth
I
said
need. Okay, can you? This is what I'm asking for when
yes,
we
ma'am.
email. I want to be directed to the interviews because I don't have it, and I don't know. And you know, I'm trying to get this stuff done quickly, and because frankly, I'm fucking done with this shit. And
yes, ma'am.
You know, I can't. I said I'm gonna put everything on the table because you can't help people who don't want to help themselves, and he doesn't want to help himself, and you know, he's not looking for Sebastian. I don't know what he and At Night Media have going on. I think maybe there's a documentary or something being produced.
That's what they wanted because he's lying. Anyway. That's why, because he's lying. Because Seth was asked a year ago to take Sebastian.
There's something not being told because things don't make sense.
There's a lot not being told, Julie. There's a lot.
By the way, I'm going to get a lot of people upset with me for talking to you or somebody who's, but you know, like, I don't, honestly, I thought to myself this morning when
So basically, you know, I think Julie's the one that's in the documentary. She's the one that came over here and told us that she wanted to have a parody. She wanted a reality show, right? So where's the documentary starting from? And are we listening to the key wording of what these women are saying? They are trying to imply that a missing child with unique abilities is somehow to blame for something. What are the insinuations that this whack job is making?
Julie, I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong.
There is nothing that he could do to be blamed. And that's what they're doing. And on top of it, they're trying to pretend that it's his dad making them talk this way. This is a lady that is an activist that was on the local news that says this is all of her work. She came in to do all this work and she's done with the effing case. She doesn't care what happened to him. She only cares about telling his legacy, a legacy that she's trying to insinuate. You all know what they're trying to insinuate, which is a bunch of bullshit. That's predatory. That's disgusting. That's gross. These people are nasty. You would never go there, ever, with a child, let alone a special needs child, ever.
Yep. And that's the missing puzzle piece that the audience is missing. The burden that I've carried on my shoulders for months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father...
The burden. I mean, can you believe it? So this stuff that they've made up, obviously there's a common denominator, there's a common theme. And some people seem to have real hate in their heart. Real hate in their heart. Because we know it's not possible. Anything really that they're trying to imply. Because Sebastian's not arrested. Sebastian isn't expelled. And it still wouldn't matter. He's a child. We're supposed to protect our children. We're supposed to protect as advocates and activists and just regular people, our most vulnerable. And the very people that are out there hashtagging and networking off of being activists are the very ones that are implying the worst and being the most hurtful and spreading the most propaganda in predatory ways that I have ever seen. It is beyond imagination that this is real, that people could really do this. And they have a united front to support each other. To take a child that we don't know where he is. We know he's been through a lot of stuff. We've heard the way that his stepfather talks to him and talks about him, the way the mom talks about him. And they're trying to paint a picture. It is unimaginable. And that, my friends, in my opinion, is why they're going after Tony. And they're going after anybody that they can. Everyone that actually cares about Sebastian Rogers and knows that he has dignity. He's an amazing person. He's an amazing child. We know that from all the beautiful things we've heard about him, from all the beautiful videos and photos that we've seen, all the visuals that we've watched. We know he's an overcomer. We know that even with the obstacles he had with a chromosomal deletion, something ultra rare, living in a military style sounding hell, kind of, in a way that doesn't sound like the greatest place to be, right? Where they're monitoring your food to the point that your mom's saying that you were going to eat Brussels sprouts raw, which, by the way, I looked into that. It doesn't seem that's possible to do. And this child still had a smile on his face. We saw his demeanor at dinner. But really, we see the man that his dad is, that no matter what, because nobody's perfect, no matter what mistakes his father makes that they try to blow out of proportion or what smear campaigns, he keeps going. So we have plenty to know the content of Sebastian's character and the legacy, God willing, that he will live on to show everybody. If this shit could stop and everybody could focus on finding him, or focus on making sure that not all of this is buried, so that the right people can feel confident enough at the DA's office to do whatever it is that they need to do. But I sincerely hope that somebody stops this, because it's clear as day that the stepdad is co-signing all of it. Because if he wasn't co-signing it, these people wouldn't be allowed, in my opinion, to be talking to this lady. Absolutely would not be allowed to talk to this woman. Because people that imply predatory things about another person, let alone a child, I think it's dangerous to me. I just think it's the grossest, most, I mean, really. When you see these people are at court, they're all afraid. They're getting restraining orders. They're playing I'm so scared card over hashtags. But this is okay? Exactly, Brandy. And I've heard the same crap behind the scenes. They've tried pushing all over all kinds of things. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Because let me tell you, none of it would matter. It wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know? Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, Brandy, I totally agree. There's been people from the get-go, already trying to script everything and, thinking about the future content. I mean, we had the private investigator. She fully admitted to that. And of course, every case is we see them for years and years and years. But the scary part is at what point is it actually potentially interfering? At what point does trying to make a script and have characters potentially interfere with the reality of the child who disappeared because you don't have any answers? But everybody is writing their story, right? Julie is a writer and she's out there. She's got to get it done. Got to be done with this already. She's effing sick of it, right? But she's here for Sebastian. She's not here to do a job. She's not a writer. She's not, doing anything. She's really here as an advocate. It's unreal. And all I can do is say that we can just pray, and that's it. That's all we can do. Hi, Detroit City. How are you? That's probably the last time I think that I'll ever have to say a word about this lady. And it was only because of the court case and because, of course, everybody's doing all the things again, making everything up. But she's the biggest hypocrite that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, she's a complete fraud, a complete character. I mean, you could have picked another character to play. You didn't have to play this kind of character and actually screw with people's real lives. Can you imagine the amount of people? I mean, it's just like, oh my God. Oh, thank you, Detroit City. I appreciate it. Well, I'm going to get off now and get some sleep before the little guy gets up for his baba. Oh, wait, I'll go make a baba now, actually, because he'll be getting up probably in like 10 minutes. Today's the big day of getting the casts off. So we're praying that when the casts come off, that he has feeling in his left foot and that the surgery was a success. It's going to be hard because he can't talk. So they won't really know exactly what it's like until he's a little older. But we'll have some idea if he regained feeling from the surgery, the botched surgery that happened. No, Tina, I agree. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Salty. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'm sorry that we had to address certain things because I know none of us enjoy any of this. But I do think sometimes it's important, to talk about it and to give people the opportunity, to look into things on their own so that they're not a victim. And I feel like with what this woman's doing, it goes too far for all of us that, we are looking for people to talk to. We are looking for the other people to help us with our, build our villages. And that's what we do when we have children with severe, profound autism or other neurodivergence or special needs. And it's so hard as it is, it's hard as it is. So to have somebody come in and pretend to be one of your own that is supposed to be out there defending and protecting our children, like it's just wow, really puts it into perspective. Yeah, hindsight did, but I'm sure it looks like hindsight already deleted it. Not there anymore. That's the weird stuff that makes people speculate that there's productions going on all over the place. Because weird stuff like that happens, like where you get blocked from certain channels and somebody will post something, and then if somebody else goes and comments on it, people are like, oh no, why are you doing that? It just feeds the drama. It's very odd. I think she came from that side, Tina. That's my opinion. I think she always came from over there. In some way. In some ways. But to be completely fake and like use other people is just like shocking to me. Really. Nothing shocks me anymore because like I get it. Like, you can be anything you want. It's YouTube, it's TikTok. But when you're pretending to the level of like connecting people and calling people and like with her it was a different level, like she made a whole video pretending that she was trying to help me. Like, no, you're not trying to help me, obviously. you know she seems smart, so I have a hard time believing that it wasn't intentional. I can find it for you so you can see what I'm talking about. Down so you can see.
This video is for momming it up. Momming it up. Saw your video. Please send me an email. Today is Thursday. My email is julie.skolnick@gmail.com. SKOLNIK is how you spell my last name. julie.skolnick@gmail.com. I want to help you. I want to talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm here to help. I'm here to support you as a fellow autism or special needs parent.
It was all fake. Like she called only that one day, and she wanted to focus on Tony and Michelle Lee, and there's like that other Michelle Lee, I think it says like not that Michelle Lee or something, and then there's the Michelle Lee with the palm tree. And she called me that Friday for the first time. She always ignored, but she kept acting to people like she was trying to talk to me and help me, because she knew that we didn't end up moving where we were supposed to move in Hendersonville because of all of this stuff. And we now have to drive to this different people in that area that the different specialists, which everybody that needs to know behind the scenes knows, but I'm not going to dox my family and my special needs with how unhinged these people have been. Nor should I have ever had to talk about this anywhere on live streams. But nobody seems to really care about kids and, disabilities or profound or severe autism. We just pretend. And never heard from her again. But the whole time she was over there talking to them. And it's just unreal. It's unreal.
And to give you anything I can do, support, friendship, resources, whatever. And I really feel for you. And I saw your video. And if you could email me today saying it's you, and then I can give you my phone number and you can give me your phone number. We'll set up a time to talk, because I always have to know who I'm talking to when they're going to be calling, because I can't pick up the phone for just anybody. As you know, people have acted crazy in this case, and
I believed her.
Both understand the threats that are real. I hope you see this today is Thursday. If we could talk today, I would really love to. Hope to hear from you soon. Julie.Skolnick.
Yeah. I believed her. I didn't know she was coming from the very people that have been doing it to me for months and months and months. Because you have to remember, my whole story was on the Facebook page. That's how I learned about Sebastian, because I was moving here. And there's years worth of my videos. I wasn't anonymous there. I didn't know I had to be. Who would think you have to be anonymous? You might think and be a little safer if you're going into channels, right? If you're going into groups that are made by, anonymous channels and stuff like that, but you would never think such a thing, in community groups. You would never think local people and family of a missing kid, you would have to protect your identity and your family from, right? You'd never think that they would try to involve your child into their own kid's thing. I mean, that's what they keep doing over and over and over and over. To the point that I started making videos trying to get the FBI to watch this case for the shit that was happening in people's real lives. And she's sitting with the people that keep bringing my child up instead of their own. Instead of the sweet little boy that brought us all here together online, in the Facebook groups, on Fox News, watching America's Most Wanted, following the case in any way, shape, or form. She'd rather be over there doing all this kind of nasty shit so that they can what? They can all go lie like they tried to do in September when they asked an entire chat of 2,000 people to call TBI on me. So they can lie and say I'm a stalker so that I don't have my 2A and my self-defense and my protection. Because they made a joke out of the creator that was in the woods, right? They pretend Sebastian disappeared and then he might be with somebody. They go on international TV show like America's Most Wanted and act like he could have left with somebody. And there is a guy that's allegedly related to Katie that put videos up the day before he disappeared and then searched on live streams with some of these very creators at Natchez Trace State Park. And all of us in that local group watched them because they were sharing their coordinates of where they were going to search. And these people have gone above and beyond to just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and chase everybody as far away as possible. Unless you're going to focus on fiction for this child's father, or you're going to focus on horrible, make-believe predatory stories about this and victimize and victim blame the actual missing child. And this woman pretended that she could help me find new advocates. Disgusting. So disgusting. This whole thing is so gross. And I know that, you know, they can laugh and pretend about people being Bible thumpers but I know it's true, you know, that's how the Lord is. The Lord prevails in all things and that prayers are answered and truth always comes to light. One day, all of these people are going to be shown for exactly who they are, even the people that have been hiding on the quote unquote green side. Because they went in and they spread out all over from very early on. And it's really easy to figure out who they are if we would just open our eyes and put Sebastian first and not hate random people for no reason. It's heartbreaking. But I'm going to go back to sleep for a bit. Let me go get him a baba. And I thank you guys for joining me. I'm sorry we have to have some of these drama chats every now and then, but you know, it's gone so far what they've done to Sebastian. But I mean, there's only so much that I can have them constantly lying about me when I am living here. And I have this unhinged maniac, Edgar, as people call it, and his associates that just won't shut up and leave me alone and focus on their own missing child. Sad that out of all those people, I don't see them carrying tote bags. I don't see them putting up banners. I don't see them doing a damn thing. But talking about other people and trying to blame Seth for everything always. Even with what they say about me, they say Seth in the sentence. So God have mercy on them. because I do think that the truth is going to end up coming out. I really do. I believe that this investigation has been more thorough than people can imagine. And it may not have the indictments and the things that everybody thought right away, but I think we'll see arrests. I think there's been a lot of other stuff. I think obstruction and very real witness intimidation, fabricating potential evidence, all kinds of things could lead to some big time stuff. So we'll just have to wait and see and keep praying and keep sharing Sebastian and try to ignore it, report it, whatever we got to do. And Julie can still be a victim of all of it, right? It is possible. But with the patterns that have happened, it's kind of hard for me to imagine that if she's sincere, that she would want to be buddies with the people that have said the things they've said and try to involve another autistic child. It's sick. Really sick. So good night, guys. Thank you so much. You take care of yourselves.
Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, wall to wall. YouTubers vlog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, wall to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they bind. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, wall to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they bind. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, wall to wall. YouTubers vlog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, wall to wall. YouTubers vlog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they bind. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers vlog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking where is he tonight. It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers vlog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tingle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night, under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking, where is he tonight? It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they construe. Hearts on fire and his love still true. Dad won't rest till the boy breaks through. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Dad's on the streets, he's searching all night, under the moon in the dim city light. Mom and stepdad nowhere in sight. Everyone's asking, where is he tonight? It's whispers and shadows in every call, searching the alleys, walls to wall. YouTubers blog, but they don't solve it all. Dad's the only one who stands tall. Lost in the noise, where's the truth? Missing tinkle from his youth. Echoes of questions in every booth. Dad won't stop till he finds the proof. Why are they running? What's the story behind? Secrets unfold, but answers they find. Eyes of the world, but no one's kind. Dad's on the trail, losing his mind. So many distractions clouding our view. Media circus and the lies they come.
Running up PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. With hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Oh, so bright. Warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet. Hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep. Spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear. Lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star. Helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open hope, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Oh, so bright. Warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. And the warrior, so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Oh, so bright. Warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet. Hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep. Spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear. Lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star. Helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. Oh, so bright. Warrior, so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more. Open heart, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold. Even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style. Every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night. Fighting for love like a warrior, so bright. smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, burning heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back, advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, hope, third at heart, she's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl, for every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach, solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open hope, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open heart, burning heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright. Warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Running a PTA with a smile so sweet, hands in the air like she's gotta preach. Solving mysteries with a truth so deep, spreading love, never out of reach. Advocate with a voice so clear, lifting up kids, chasing away the fear. Got her facts straight like a newsroom star, helping hearts heal from near and far. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore. Seeing the good, she'll find the gold, even in stories that were once so cold. Eyes like a hawk, she's on the prowl. For every single truth, she'll walk that mile. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. And the warrior so bright. Oh, she's momming it up in style, every step, every mile. With a heart that's fierce, she lights the night, fighting for love like a warrior so bright. Oh, so bright, warrior so bright. In the counselor's chair, she's got your back. Advice so smooth, never gonna lack. Dr. Phil vibes, but 10 times more open, whole-hearted heart. She's the one they adore.